The door is closed. Still no answer. Still no. You should punch a fucking hole in it. The murmur in your ears recedes slowly.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic. Men who drink beer for breakfast? There's talk of an armed wing of the union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for said... I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it. That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder? In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay?
He's not exaggerating about that mortal danger. Just calmly factoring it in. Your fists clench and your pulse rise.
Everything points to the dock workers union. Which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to... One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them. Continue with our business.
Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it on your own terms.
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own...
Can I help you?
Just a moment.
She's agitated.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear. Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping the union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too. The manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something
to let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel. That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always...
Cold breeze hisses through dense thickets of reeds. Something sweet in it. Somnolent.
You have more important things to worry about. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying, but they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps.
The water lock, that was broken. Could this be it?
Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day. Oh my, what happened to the water lock? Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side and if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. And it's cold out. Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, yes.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize risk.
That's one opinion, yes.
She's used to playing off such insults casually.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology. One specialized. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless. And frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these... Oh dear, I'm not sure where to begin. Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and...
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after we hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I hope I've been useful. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically. Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the... Hence it's named the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us officers.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure. It's simply elusive, so much so that, well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper.
Interesting. Maybe the phasmid made the teenagers make out.
I doubt it. It's not like teenagers need much encouragement in... Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face.
I suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insulindian phasmid. Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully? Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie. Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years, centuries even. Oh dear, I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
You're an enthusiastic idiot, but you're still...
We don't have time for Cryptozoology 101. Let's get back to work, shall we?
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence. He looks up at you, then looks away. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door. The mention of mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language of his and then seems to wait for you to speak. Just one word. Sounds quizzical. Then he awaits your answer with his brow up.
Boars need more vodka?
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the Union.
Of course, vodka. Now that makes a very, very special borscht. In turning it up seems like a dangerous idea. Honestly, the place is a powder keg. He smiles, nodding vigorously, then pours half a bottle of vodka into the pot. With a whistle, he stirs the brew. He smiles and bangs his... He smiles and nods enthusiastically and chattering away in his language. You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimpled lock.
Over here. Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome. Yes, extremely normal. I'm not a gardener, by the way, so let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? That's Titus. Talk to him, but know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming, nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority.
She says nothing. You're sure Easilio mentioned something about a lawyer, Elizabeth someone, but you're too dumb to remember what it was.
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems? What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one. What are we going to do to you? The Union isn't going to do anything to you.
Goddamn.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress. Aggressive, you make your living enforcing violence. These people are just doc.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Look, a comedian. Do your job, ask your questions, then get out of Martinez.
This is where you say your bit.
Detective.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that one.
You're sure taking your time, waiting for him to get ripe and pretty for you.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy by now. Real hot stuff. Letting out that pretty boy smell.
Time to go to work in the shit factory!
Easy, boys. These janitors have a hell of a job cut out for them. I mean...
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get...
Questions? To hell with that. Get right up in the big dick's face. Physical confrontation.
No. I's here. You got business with my boy.
Yeah! You fuck with the Hardy Boys, you fuck with Titus
Relax, Dennis. No one is fucking you yet.
Yeah, Dennis, calm down. No one's fucking you.
Let Dennis enjoy his fucking, man. We don't mind.
Yeah, you're not even being fucked, Dennis.
Easy, fellas. We got company.
Too late. You already scanned the room. You got a pretty good picture. Of the actors here, you could take another look at the tracks in the mud on the crime scene. Compare it to these guys. The room is silent. Get further in there. Escalate.
What the fuck is this? You wanna fuck with me?
He hunches forward. His right hand. This guy's tough. Get the eye twitch going. What do you think you're doing? You hear. But his mouth isn't moving. I can do this all night long. His clenched fists say, their knuckles turning white. Do not explain or defend yourself. Attack.
Probably. I need to be like this to lead them. Something you would understand.
The moment ends. With begrudging respect, the man leans back. Time to say something.
The pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Container belt, like we use in the harbor? Because we took it from the harbor where we work. Then we went out back and used it to hang him.
As he speaks, his fists contract, going through the...
We did this. Together. All of us. Until he was dead. That's why there's a container belt.
There's a catch hidden somewhere. He didn't confess so that you could take them all away. It's too simple.
There is no catch. These 7 honest men have all equally come forth to tell you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time. Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
Who do you fucking think does?
It wasn't a question, dickwad. How fucking stupid are you?
This asshole is worse than... Titus runs the Hardy Boys, genius.
I think you got your answer, Mr. Law.
Yes, there are some administrative differences. But on that night, they all acted as one man.
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
But you see, a lawman, is something people agree upon. And here in Martinez, we agreed that this man had to die.
You don't have to keep answering his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
Known him? We don't associate with scum like...
Yeah! Who do you think we...
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town.
By the Pines cow, you mean the representative for White Pines? The shipping company you're striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out of line. In my hand, he stepped out of line.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Semenine written all over him.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
'Cause one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, "I'm RNA's goddamn special forces!"
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some RNA's paratrooper song.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did. Right there. Like some kind of animal.
Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
There's slight unease in him, suddenly. He regrets mentioning the rape.
To kill us all, If we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. That was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
No, you're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that...
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
Can you give us a few more details? Did you muffle him? We haven't heard any reports of screams.
Titus, you don't have to clarify anything.
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around his neck, and hanged him till he...
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
With numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right, Lizzie.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came to our bar. It happened right here.
Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others. But Alain, who looks like he might be Titus's right-hand man, the least antsy of the bunch. This little rat-faced fellow is solid, too. Always fidgety, him neither. Mostly keeps to his tomato juice, or whatever. Tomato juice? Just tomato juice? A non... A single sentence would wear him out. He can't take the length of the questioning. Keep it going long enough, and he'll crack.
No. Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how fucking fat...
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
No. Of course he's having...
Fuck off.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of...
And fuck you, too, copper. Picking on Angus like this. We're done with this schoolyard shit. And just so you know...
This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder. Not yet.
With numbers, asshole.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came to our...
Like what, copper? Yeah, lawman. Why don't you?
Not in the arresting mood?
A fearful readiness, like an electrical charge. By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster, while the little rat-faced man reaches into his sleeve. There's a knife in there. Some of the others reach for their belts. Their eyes are light.
Look, coppers, I know you think you're doing your job here, but there are 7 of us and 2 of you.
That's an Easter 50, a Ziemsk-made monstrosity. It'll blow your head clean off. The last thing you hear is a little murmur. Not a blast, not an echo. No one screams. It's more dead cops. Sad news from the district of Martinez, as the bodies of 2 police officers are found floating in the canal. It is believed the officers were pursuing a murder investigation, but got caught in the dock workers' strike and were gunned down under unclear circumstances. Such needless loss of life is truly tragic. A local union.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look rough. I completely forgot. One loose thread less to worry about. I mean, in men who drink beer for breakfast, everything, which may, of course, all be wrong. That would just, in fact, even...
He's not exaggerating about that mortal danger.
One more thing before we...
Yeah.
They're in no hurry.
Just a moment.
She's
And they're
the closest.
It's fine, I understand. Please don't. The union office probably has the manager.
Why would he be?
To let the young woman. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel. That's just...
A cold breeze.
You have more important things to work. Just some but they should have...
The water lock. That was broken. Could this be it?
Oh, Gary's a... Oh my. What happened? Well, whatever the...
You're welcome.
I hate to ask, and if you see him, let him know. Oh, you're such a dear. Oh, yeah.
It's
That's,
She's you.
My apology.
It's not a... Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless. And frank... Oh, yes.
It's
That's...
She's you.
My apology.
It's not a Searching for such species called cryptid... Oh, dear. Well, his expression is... Oh, well...
The lieutenant.
One other thing. We'll be celebrating our 16th via... We hit it.
She's skipping over some important...
I hope I've been useful. Oh, sweetie.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Well, where other... Hence it's not...
There's a touch...
I knew it.
It's not made... It's simply elusive. Well, some...
Interesting.
Of course, most
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from...
I suppose I have something of a... Not at all. Oh, I doubt it. No. Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly. Oh, dear. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on.
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really...
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
He nods, and is cryptids. Let's... Ooh, tough choice there.
Yes. It's the kind green ape. Half-war story. Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. The kind green ape would visit bunkers during the night. Yes, it has amazing healing qualities. Some soldiers reported growing back. Indeed, there is. It's our closest relative among the cryptids. same taxonomic family, which is to say the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor and that evolved parallel to our own, just like your partners.
Ma'am, you are confusing him.
Please don't misunderstand me, either of you. Human, as it is used in everyday speech, is hardly a though Saolites do have some distinguishing characteristics. Different...
Yes, advantages such as the flakier texture of Saolite earwax, or so I've heard. Nothing inspires pride in one species quite like speculative evolutionary biology. Perhaps we've had enough of that for... Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
The lieutenant pauses.
Ah, fuck it. Let's have more cryptids.
Well, the most dangerous cryptid is thought to have none of its victims survived. Or even relatives never even found their bodies because the gnome's venom dissolved organic tissue almost. It was reportedly a small creature with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead and an ungainly little thing. A couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the sound. They were scared, and it still took the gnome of Jeroma an entire day to die.
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't there detailed illustrations of it in science textbooks, confirming the existence?
Alas, the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it in a jar of formaldehyde. Instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps, but a real loss for science. What an interesting question. And the answer is yes.
Of course. All fairy tales have someone or something invisible in them. Okay, I won't spoil your fun. What is the...
It's the Col de Mama d'Aqua. Its name means thin whisper of sound, and that's precisely what it is. Self-replicating sound waves, invisible and intangible. The Col de Mama is like nothing. It's such a high-pitched sound that us humans can't hear it, nor can other animals.
Fine, I'll bite. How can an animal be...
Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny It could be. As I said, it could be everywhere, and we wouldn't know.
Maybe it's predatory.
It's not. Don't worry. If it were predatory, we would...
I wouldn't be so sure. What if the damage is also invisible?
Plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 20s, when playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, they noticed the scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns. They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Col de Mama d'Aqua, after the They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them, they could sequester, time, Joscan. Those are but some of the Mama d'Aqua they followed individually. That is a sad story. A group of university students assisting with the field, they tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought might match.
You have no clue because you're not a dweeb.
No, dear. They cancel each other out. And these tests were performed so recklessly that when they happened upon... After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of anomalies.
Of course. A common thread in these. Disappearance and unfalsifiability. I like the story, though.
I'm glad you did, dear. What about what? That would would be the giant of Kokonur. The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur Desert in South Somalia. Mirage or psychogenous luminance. No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon and expand. The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore.
Hui. No animal can be that large.
That's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very limits of scientific. There are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism and ecosystem. Cryobacter catlensis. Yes, a unicellular bacterium that was discovered in one of the northern... The bacterial colony Mijanu found had remained alive while frozen in ice for... Mijanu disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study. No doubt, yes, the bacteria had survived in the ice since times...
It's actually a little hard to see, but do go on.
Yes, and she's quite mad, too. After she treated herself with the bacteria, she stopped aging, but also became... We can assume that she has been living somewhere in the wilderness for decades now, all alone except for the Cryobacter catlensis coursing through her bloodstream. I'm glad you like them, but I'm not really one to tell you about all of them. You should ask my husband if you get the chance. He's the real...
The man ponders his cooking utensils. The mention of mañana gets his attention. He looks up at you. Shrugging is an international sign. The man says a couple of sentences.
Okay, so...
Of course, turning it up seems like a danger. He smiles, nodding vigorously. Then he smiles and nods enthusiastically.
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? Yes. So let's get that tight.
It doesn't...
She says, you're sure easily,
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. What you want is of no significance. What are we going to do? The union is... If anything, it is the RCM who do... Aggressive? Listen.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Get sober. Do your job. Ask your questions, and get the hell out of Martinez.
This is where you say your bit.
Detective.
Oh.
You sure?
Oh, he was a real...
Time to go.
You might want to start at...
Questions? To hell with that. Get right up in the big dick. The room is silent. Get further in there.
What the fuck is this?
He hunches forward. This guy's tough. What do you think you're doing? I can do this all night long. Do not explain or defend yourself. Attack.
Probably. And
the moment ends.
No. I see.
Yeah.
Relax, Dan.
Yeah, Dan.
Let Dennis enjoy.
Yeah.
Easy, fellas.
Too late. You already scanned the room. Of the actors here, you could take another look at the tracks in the mud.
The pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Container belt? Because
As he speaks,
we did this.
there's a catch hidden somewhere. He didn't confess so that you could take them all away. It's too...
There is no catch. These 7 honest men have all equally come forth to tell you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time.
How many people have you...
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
Rest assured, lawman. None worse than our guy. He got what was coming to him.
Are you deaf? Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all? That's for the courts in Les Jardins to decide. Not for the officer making an arrest. What you can do right now is go back...
No. We'll stay here and discuss what happened that night.
You don't have to keep...
I know, Lizzie. Relax.
Known him?
Yeah!
Quiet.
By the pine...
No. Why don't you...
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to...
Why? Kind.
What kind of...
The kind that shook...
A live grenade.
I can't prove it. But I know.
Cause one night...
Really?
Yeah.
We couldn't believe it either.
Wrong?
There's slight unease in him, suddenly.
To kill us all.
Yeah.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. Show me your cunt. Why don't you show me your cunt?
Aren't you fuck...
Yeah. Me and Eugene got her out.
No.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
We hang...
Didn't they...
Can you give us a few...
Titus.
We overpower...
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you...
With numbers.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came to our bar. It happened right here.
Titus is solid as a rock. And so are a few... Elaine, this little him need tomato juice. A single sentence would wear him out. He can't take the...
No. Of course he's...
Fuck off, Shane.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
And fuck you.
This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them.
Like what, Copper? Yeah, lawman.
Not in the arrest...
A fearful readiness by your side, while the little rat-faced man reaches into his sleeve.
Wise move. You made the right choice there. Now make another...
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your station.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder, even if it is a group
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials.
Forget about their games. You've mapped out the characters. Reading the footprints in the yard should be easier now. Was that? Could it be the Col de Mamadakwa? There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Honestly, your ear isn't hearing a whole lot. The distant hum of the industrial harbor.
No, I don't hear the Coldomama d'Aqua.
Of course he doesn't. There it is again. You're about to read it. It must be very close. Keep still. What are you doing? You're a police officer, not a pansy ornithologist. The only birds you should own know. No. Too late. It's gone. There is no ringing it. Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species really has migrated... The tear machine stands. Your bottles clunk into the machine.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again? Oh man, that's goddamn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
The already familiar cold touch of plastic welcomes you as you pick up the handset. Before the cargo container. Its drawer has not... Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. With great effort, he straightens himself up with a mixture of expectation and impatience, well bottled.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents...
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand...
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my... Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Please, Mr. Dubois, Let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat. I insist.
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right. It's nothing. Forget about it. Filter it.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions. I, too, have convictions. One of which is that should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation.
You're no Titan affiliation, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down or leave.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative?
The chair is incredibly uncomfortable. Fortunately, your ass is made of iron, and the chair is made of...
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria man.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is. Don't mention it. But also don't forget it. I'm just kidding, of course. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun.
I know everything, Harry. Right now, I know that you're worried. Don't be worried. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded. God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun and those children are gonna shoot themselves with it.
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so...
What is this, Mr. Dubois? He keeps repeating. What is he trying to pull here?
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry! Mr. Dubois, are you okay?
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it...
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together. It is about time to stop embarrassing yourself. Questions will help you regain some of your lost dignity.
You might have noticed there's one hanging on a tree.
Oh my! Don't take this question personally, but...
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt. A steel-reinforced cargo belt. Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
I can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate values. But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you. Jean-Luc, my boy, I'm sending 2 police officers down. They have a dead body in a tree problem. And Jean, please take it easy with the race science. That's a yes to getting the body down, no to the race science. You can find Jean-Luc down at the gates. He's the big impressive one. You know, tattoos, muscles, ethnic looking. Can't miss him. Great guy. I don't know what that means, Harry, but I love it. I love your initiative. Don't even tell me what was going on. Alcoholic brew, stronger, stopped it, strike. I'm just gonna... Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me. But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk...
Yes, that sounds good.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines. Incredibly talented at opening doors. And I'm sure you're going to open this one with flying colours, Harry.
Does this jiggling ooze think he's going to use you? He's got another thing coming. Play his game, son, with your eyes peeled. He's going to slip up, and when he does, you're going to come out on top.
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary...
You want to send someone a message that the...
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside... Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about. A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is what... Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you. Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez. Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and we can take our friendship to the next level. You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker, too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door. My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbour. I couldn't possibly... Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
My dear Harry, there are... Harry, you
Smooth talking. Maybe...
Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop.
I think the odds of that are very low.
I assure you, there's nothing to be ashamed of, Harry. I have a big fat folder on you, Harry. I'm sure you have a lot of questions.
Don't trust him. For all you know, Dubois might be his...
I'm sure you had some concerns you thought I might be able to address. And you were probably right. I can.
It's just a brown folder. You can't make...
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now. Well, Harry, if I were to sum you up in one word, it would be apologetic. Well, you sure come off as very confident in all our interactions, Harry. You're a real man's man.
He's probably just making a guess based on your recent activity in Martinez.
Ah, this? My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry.
I find that very
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry. Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man. Do you strike yourself as a family man, Harry? Well, yes. I'm sure you're going to make one little boy or a girl very happy and proud one day, Harry. It's Harry. Harry Dubois. Don't be silly, Harry. Harry Dubois, that's a real man's name. Mr. Kitsuragi doesn't seem even slightly empathetic to your memory loss, Harry. I, however, wish to help you any way I can.
Everard's large hands are covering the folder, but the look on his face says, I know everything.
Oh, Harry. Oh, wow. This is really something.
I'm sure it's not that bad. At worst, he has an old RCM folder, and I very much doubt even that.
So how about it, Harry? You need assistance, I presume? Of course, Harry, of course. Let's not linger on personal details and amnesia. You wanted something from me, Harry. Honestly, I'm just relieved you didn't get a hernia. A man your age... Yes, yes, Harry. You are obviously in peak physical condition. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance. Yes, your lost gun. Your gun will be found, Harry.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Yes, thank you for the hot tip regarding your lost gun, Harry. My men have in... Now, please, let the professionals do their job. Kick back, Harry, relax.
It did not come as a surprise to him. He might actually not be bullshitting.
Harry, Harry, I was only trying to be tactful. Kids could be playing gun roulette with it as we speak. Teenage gangs could be arming themselves. Get a hold...
I assure you, we are working on locating...
Excellent, Mr. Kitsuragi. That's excellent news. Looks like we have a friendly gun-finding competition on our hands. Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate. Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white Union man.
does not.
So, how'd you like our harbor? It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right, you talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more... A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open? Oh, say no more. I got you. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say. Polar weasel? Oh. I know what you mean. I'm pretty sure he's actually Occidental, though. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whirling in rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. Means we keep out of each other's business.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess. I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are.
Ask him about the Hardy Boys.
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you. We're negotiating our share. Aye. This stuff, they already covered. Never grateful. Were we ever grateful, we'd have nothing. All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board, so they could take part in the decision-making process. I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman. I guess you kind of get to be the village chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners or other relevant parties, watches out for his own.
By that, you mean corruption?
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world, see? The old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is, personally, not too lavish. He is reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world, and no. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't. A none of the above kind of man. No harm in being that. Sure, I've had the necessary free time.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. It all comes together now. The way he speaks about scabs, his general attitude. He's a follower of a 500-year-old Franco-Nigerian boyadero code, that of a noble peasant or a traveling herdsman. True to yourself, independent in your actions, loyal. The man sits on the railing, his hands reaching far and wide. Yet it feels as if he could effortlessly go.
The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing? What a thought! Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Your dead guy was an enemy combatant. He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts. I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts.
He means a more violent faction could easily take.
Understood. This has been off limit.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Sure, I'm glad it's not my...
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota. Evening falls. The time has come. The vows are blurred and lower intestine. The term is fascism, Brota. Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revershot's problems? Yes, them. Women. Women. Men of war. You don't like them. They're insane. Their idiocy needs to... That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that women need stomach truth. You're having a stomach because you've said the hard things that others won't say. The good things, you've said them many times. Okay, yes, let's call it that. Good thinking. You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your views, Brota. For the nation, smart. Best not to mention the women too often. That's why you're the head and I am the stomach. Of course you are, Brota. Of course. In the morning light, the white on blue police livery do something important? Something murder-related? Even at a standstill, the unibody could be... Someone has waxed it recently.
You want to take a closer look? Yes. An extraordinary machine.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up.
Sorry, I'm not following you.
Lingo it up.
Well, maybe don't just say every little thing in your head out loud. It can... 130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
7.2. Supercharged.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a second. Sylvie Malaika. Yes. Hello? Oh, great. What else do you need, Detective? Well... You tried to jam it down the toilet, sir. I am sorry about that. Anything else, Detective? Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law. Oh.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? Right. It's better to not ask too many questions, lest people start thinking you're a cop or...
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone's... You were trying to impress some people.
Sounds like it's going to be bad.
Great. Anything else?
You hear the call.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? 57.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? You must be kidding, right? Yeah, good one, officer. Real funny. But this establishment only takes cash. Now, do you have that cash?
Fried, near the gates. They'll exchange it.
Then why are you wasting my time?
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Again.
Good one, Titus.
About fucking time.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything. Wow. I didn't know you worked for the union, sir. Anything else I can do for you?
That was easy. Blow the whole thing on speed and gin. Right now. Speed and gin. Great combo. Ask some local dealers, maybe.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20...
How could anyone forget, asshole?
Life? Doesn't... I'll be with you in a moment, officer.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you...
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of...
Look, in his hand.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. That's the spirit. Don't even waste your breath asking about the game. They wouldn't know anyway. They're way past their prime.
See? Your munching and complaining have ruined my concentration.
Could the objective of the game be to throw the metal ball so it lands by the wooden ball?
Ah, mon Dieu. The pain in my back is unbearable. I can't...
I hope you pass out from it, you goddamn jellyfish.
Shush. Ignore them. They don't know what they're doing. They're old. You are letting down yourself and the team. Eyes on the ball, Dinky Winky. You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter. God, this is right. You feel the familiar tremble of excitement and adrenaline that precedes every... The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it. Already, your muscles are adjusting to the weight. A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. West, in the Grand Couronne area, a sharp overhand left from Arsène Luc Edelbrock sends the Samaran heavyweight champion, Kostya Miasnok Kostanica, an embodiment of pure motion. A fine... Behold the fear and confusion reflecting in the eyes of the two feeble geezers. They are in awe of your superiority.
Merde! Bordel de merde! What the hell is your problem? I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful.
A man his age getting worked up like that? Better watch that blood pressure.
You vandalized our game, son. We can't play pétanque with 5 bull. Well, it damn well isn't. It's pétanque. You ruined a pétanque game.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You are as a goddamn bull. Will this... No, it will goddamn not.
Thank you, officer. This is really something. Honestly, I think it's better than our old bull, even.
Mon Dieu. All right, fine. What do you want, officer? Yes, the Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the night. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight. Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday. No one. The bus has been unmanned since last Monday.
No one has been guarding the container yard since last...
Yes! It's...
Look, officer. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. never had one before René. Monsieur Claire had that booth built specially for...
The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individual.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabinier's pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words. Oh, I didn't mean to imply there's something wrong with that.
Yes, yes, yes. Can we conclude the topic of my guard booth now? She is nobody. This is none of your concern.
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Yes, yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no in Martinez. The union is the law. So can you really... Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets. If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me. Yes, the terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. I do. Fire from heavy artillery.
Heavy artillery fire, you say? That's the best kind of artillery fire.
Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't so, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough. Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first. Yes, the military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta. This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Damn right, son. They let the fire...
He approves of this radical approach.
The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think? I'm sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frisel had risen from the grave and... Instead, All that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now this is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what damn Frisell. He was a king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the...
He slouches as he says that. It makes him smaller, admitting they left the king.
A true king in both blood and mind led Revachol before Frisell. He would have been better. The suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgotten already? It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the 5th and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire. It's a Bell McGrave. 4.46 caliber. Breech loading. Revachol.
His moves are quick and precise as he first checks the weapon.
This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her? I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find. Ah, yes! King Philip III!
Oh, absolutely.
Cocaine. Cocainum? Sounds like...
A superpower! Feared and respected. A testament to what this country...
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy. The nobility loved so much.
You can't even take responsibility for yourself. How could you... That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine. For clarity...
I'm satisfied with this.
Of course. Clarity of vision.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor. And it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to connect with higher realms.
Please, officer, don't encourage him. Do spare us the cocaine ferry.
Yes, indeed. We're not here.
But imagine, purest cocaine. Now that would make you feel like a...
Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the Revachol would be a different place if more people realize.
Don't get started on that again.
The Carabinier doesn't reply. But...
Right.
All you observe...
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabinier.
Don't you mean Frisk?
You do not speak his name, Craven.
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry. As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint. From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. What are you, deaf? They're perfect, like rock star politician and drug addict teacher. Embrace the superstardom you've worked so hard. Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen. Salam Rocky Baye, badass on the edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you.
I have...
Yes?
René. Hello, officer. How might I be of assistance of... Oh, sweet Jenny. She was the finest woman...
Do not defile her memory, Gaston.
We knew her, all right. She was René's first girl, back when the prick was 16. They were courting till he decided he'd rather die...
And then you stole her from me.
Oh, officer. It already got ugly nearly 80 years ago.
You stole her from me.
Well, technically, you stole her from me, because we'd been pretty close ever since you two had that falling out over the ink you spilled over her pretty yellow dress.
We were just boys then. This was different. No point starting this all over again. For the 1000th and the first time. Especially when...
She died of pneumonia 2 winters ago. René and I were both by her bedside.
Died. No use sugarcoat.
Departed. Until the very hand she couldn't decide between us.
A quick grimace of pain passes over René's features, but he immediately...
She could never make up her mind about anything. What to have for breakfast, favorite color... Oh, she was always leaving one of us for the other, but never long enough to actually get married. Heck, technically, we're both still engaged to her.
You always confused her. Couldn't let us be happy. Seduced her with your fancy words and pastries.
He suddenly remembers you are still there. Falls silent.
Of course, officer. Memories are all we have left. Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. No, officers, I'm sorry.
Then help them, you wimp. You have plenty of...
I wish I could, but I just don't know any...
Respect?
I'm not.
Of course he's holding back.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, Ren? Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. I attend meetings and parties. Not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote or a membership card.
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I hate this socialist rabble. But even siding with...
Writing work mostly. Occasionally... Oh, nothing official, I assure you.
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda.
Everyone in Martinez knows the Clare brothers. I taught these boys human studies and history.
Gymnasium.
What do you know about history?
The old soldier mumbled. The blind leading the blind. Doesn't even begin to
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
No, thank you. I'm sorry, officer, but I really don't share food.
The only one you have.
Suddenly you realize how hungry you are. The sandwich looks like a culinary wonder. In addition to the obvious slice of ham, a fat one, you notice a brim of a tomato.
Oh, that's good. That's very good. You must have other business then?
Yes? Hello? Me? No one. I'm...
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much.
Looking for something to read. It is. I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
Mm-hmm. What with?
What with? Help her by carrying things? Maybe she needs a weightlifter. Maybe she needs you. Her hands move over the book cover. An array of neurons fire up with joy. Bum her a cigarette. lest it turn to pain.
No, I don't. Why do you think that I smoke? It's not like yours look much better.
She is right. Your hands look even worse than...
I already told you.
She's lying. She's goddamn lying. She sighs.
My husband? No, he's not. You're welcome. No, absolutely not.
She gives you a short nod and shifts her...
I don't mean to disrespect.
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get ladies. It's better to indulge him at this point.
Nothing.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic bird?
Wonderful. The store is open.
The woman before...
Before I squeal, pig. You don't want to fuck with me.
You can still see the top of her. Both cables are unplugged from the breaker box. This orange machine is dead still. The bear's eyes are dead and empty. Ice inside. You see a heavy steel the door challenge. You're right. The already familiar cold touch of plastic. Your fingers run over the calling, still.
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. You rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lamy, how may I help you?
The voice of a youngster on the other end.
Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lamy. Sir, I don't know. It's a video rental. No. Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period? Let me fire up the machine. Here we are. You haven't rented anything in 5 years, but you still have a copy of Blue Ocean Hell from November. It's not an easy watch. After the death of his daughter and subsequent divorce, Ziemsk immigrant Egidius Wot. No wonder no one's been missing it. Still, it would be great if you could return it to us. We're on the corner of Voyager and Main.
On the corner of Voyager and Main, a large neon sign hangs on the side of tiny hills, tiptoeing down the road. The call is terminated by the... This is the night watchman's booth.
Mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, Sure, mister. Absolutely. I'm always willing to help out nice fellows such... Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Sure, mister. About what? Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. Oh, yes. I've been taking special... It's very, very good.
Power borscht, huh? Never heard of a borscht that turns little guys into dogs.
Oh, absolutely, mister. What do you want to know?
Striking woman leans against the cabin top.
Good afternoon, officers. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. I'm glad to see you here.
Like steel, there is strength there.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do?
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from a...
It happens quicker than a shooting star.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group. Why, yes I am. Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? I mean, we are on Le Caillou, are we not? I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor...
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve... It's for crossing long distances in the greater Ravachol industrial harbor.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands. The boat? No. It is called Cor de Leyte 19, because that's the type of sloop it is. It's a pleasure craft. A 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business. My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified...
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain. Qualified pleasure craft operator. So charming. Where's...
I just renewed its safety inspection last month, officers. It is completely seaworthy. In fact, it's taken part in not one, but 2 insulindic regattas. Even finished once.
Actually, you don't. The Wayfarer Act specifically denies the RCM the authority to demand anyone's operator license. It's a little-known fact among us law officials. Unless it's their passport. No. Do you want to ask for the lady's passport?
Of course.
The woman is silent, smiling while the waves lap against the hull. In your hand, under the plastic, the woman, born in the year 3 in the commune of Revachol, smiles at you, face adorned with frown lines and crow's feet. The photo is recent. The name reads...
Yes, but please don't call me... Joyce is much more efficient. My husband is. I have dual citizenship. A Vespertine is handier when traveling.
She nods and returns the plastic bag to her coat.
Good. What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking. The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, and that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can...
$1 billion?
$20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000. A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes... They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when centuries of care, deliberation and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen. Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments that gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus. Why? By throwing off half a century of foreign domination under the Coalition. Unfortunately for you, the Coalition... But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Wait. She just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. Yes, I believe there is a connection. But that's a subject for, what can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organization now. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I...
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do...
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike?
Heavens, no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive. Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union. There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say? Every worker, a member of the board. In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board. Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group. That may well be. It's not up to me to decide who is king, but as negotiations go, I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical... And now... people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, call me mañana.
This checks out.
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock? Come to plead for work where the union refuses to.
Don't let her answer it herself.
If the workers were organized by Wild Pines, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not yet, at least. Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
If you were to prick it with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
Oh, heavens, no. We get along just fine. Yet, now that you mention it, I can't stop imagining that black treacle just dribbling down his double chin. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, it's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, we are forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, Detective? If I may ask. I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is... Indeed, and a hungry one. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the leech always hungers. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running any...
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence, Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the Union. Indeed. The company suspects foul play. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41, Detective Dubois. I'm afraid Harry doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope my...
Oh, and what happened to yours, Detective? I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? Oh dear. I suppose this does...
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer.
Of course, I sympathize. But I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge. Of course. But before we do, officer, the situation is extremely volatile. The sooner we can speak about this lynching business, the better for... That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the forestay to the batstay on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with. this reality. Ah, yes, the episode. Sounds like an acute case of
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well.
We may be here a while then. Ask away, officer. I'll help however I can.
All right, we're in. I know these all...
We're in Martinez, baby. Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour. North of... You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not... I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. This place used to be a province. A workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the... Yes, we're on an island in an ocean. The world's largest body of water, the Insulindic. Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed-over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the River Esperance.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her.
I would be happy to. What is a preposterously expensive education for, if not sharing? We're in Martinez. Martinez is a... You would be excused for not knowing about it. On Revachol. Revachol is what? The great kind. History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries. The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminar in the DeLorean century. 380 years ago. They say it's where the terrible questions, by that I mean conflicts. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is. Oh, we're quite a way off. About...
A collection of tall ghosts behind the water vector.
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom.
Silence. The water, the light. There is no recognition. Only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
This is one thought you need.
Was there something else you wanted to know?
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask. Might I suggest not asking them all right now?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
That is understandable, but perhaps...
Indeed. I'm always at your service. These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled, for the big time.
The smile of a predator. No doubt what she's got in mind.
The revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real... Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists... Oh, and the anarchists, too. They shot them well. So well, did they ever. Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
This does not represent the official RCM opinion.
Don't worry. Klas Mazov shot 15 million people in the head. But that was all the way over in Grad. Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. Yes, King Guillaume had a nose for bad PR. He ran before it. What is the expression? Went down? Anyway, him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time. The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary. Some were rich enough to stay with the constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well. They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head. To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights. The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people. The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-le-Clay. The armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do. The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, at least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional...
The rulers of Revachol, and also the world.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist. A devout man of the center. Hard to come by. It's good to have someone who takes a moderate approach to head shooting. In your line of work, I mean. The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government. It made people overthrow their governments. Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual cause from Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. Why? You and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control. A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the coalition of nations. And you, of course. The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eslary communication, telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 43 years. Hard to fathom, I know. The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before, '08 to '09. The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest... No. It was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s dispelled it like a cold splash. An Isla-wide hangover, you might say. Welcome to reality, baby. Good question.
Your jaw clenches. Give the lady a taste of your wisdom.
You and everyone else. But that's got nothing to do with preventing the revolution. Oh, well, they are what they are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want? It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia. Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
She nods slowly. What this boils down to is, this reality thing is stupid. Blow this joint. Grab a bottle. She stares at you, head tilted to the side. With a She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of... I am an ultra.
She raises the corner of her mouth. It's sharp.
Haven't you heard? I am a nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. One of those who pushed the king under a shit... We surrendered the nation to financier pirates. No sane person identifies as ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. I can see we're not so different, you know. Tell me.
In her green eyes you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
A devil, who being of great charm and guile, sneaketh into the homes of the god.
Beneath her waterproof raincoat and silk shirt is a body imbibed in numb 12 perfume. You are suddenly and intimately aware of it.
Steal, kill, and destroy. That they say we've been doing for over 4 decades now. In any case, I'm glad we can remain collegial despite my scaly bulk, and my perverse need to infiltrate and betray both kingdom and revolution. When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed. With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keep...
While a gentle wind sweeps the streets in the rebuilt East.
I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or...
She realizes her small...
Then for my daughters, we had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isla down rather than let them have it. Perhaps my intellectual vanity will be my undoing. Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
Seditious talk, man.
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, shall we return to reality? A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Ah. This is the pier of Rue de... or 2. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the lot. Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate.
Splat, splat.
You could be wrong, but from here it appears as if she's running the...
Wonderful. The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture. Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture. I can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat all they want. Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead. All right. What next? Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else? You have?
Finally, time to choose sides.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in power all these years? Or wait, corruption. That's how he's done it. Fantastic, Verm-like corruption. Reaching...
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy. I hope you understand.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt Verm. How could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to...
Tell her she'll like you for it.
Oh. That's so...
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can swear his jaw muscle is trembling. He's able to contain the anger and surprise.
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about it.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a... yes. As you said...
Please, don't get him in a loop. If he gets in a loop, it will last forever.
Totally slanderous. Maybe you've gotten into...
Of course. Thank you for the advice.
The lieutenant will be more lenient toward sharing those.
Did you now? What sort of borscht is he making? The strike brew. That's a classic. And by turn up the heat, I presume you mean put more... Why, if I may ask? Why make them more drunk? Aren't they corked enough?
Yes, detective. What were you hoping to accomplish with this strange thing?
Very curious. A very curious...
Truly. But that's how he operates. He just does things, man. And then talks about them.
What else? Of course, detective. Should something come up later, down the road? Until then, is there anything I can help you with? Of course, detective.
sturdy metal door guards. The door rattles against your knuckles. The door rattles again.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside. Ha! The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No, I already told you. I go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there.
Backyard door? There must be another entrance to the east. This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat?
Apparently, she doesn't like.
Pigs come to take me out? Trying to snuff me out?
If anything, you're afraid she'll take you out one day.
Then why are you sneaking up on me like that? It's not a good idea to scare me. Trying to sneak up on me again?
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The royal lion, Guillaume's kitten. This knocker will last a lifetime and then some. The leather upholstery is worn and rough against your jaw. In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. No, you try to be as silent as you can. Finally, the door unlocks. Good job. Let's go now. There's nothing else to do than to leave and tell Everard. No, as you hold the open door, you can feel the air moving. A little... A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure. A dark-skinned woman, a little ring. Though cheerful, the lieutenant picks up one of the mugs.
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
Yes, your broken mug friend would feel very much...
There's the missing tin soldier. Whoever lives here might have used the Whirling's container to dump his trash. And now they've drawn the ire of the Union.
Perhaps you should break into apartments more often.
Who knows? I'm not expecting too much from this clothes in the trash lead either way. It might turn out to be some random local matter, but still, a nice coincidence.
This is the flag of Revachol, the suzerainty. This isn't just one sun, but there are little suns dancing around the big sun. It's an optical atmospheric anomaly the first settlers saw. Happens in cold weather. 6 small suns around the big one. This complex halo phenomena is how old Revachol got its flag.
Mm-hmm. The tenant is an old-fashioned guy.
The lieutenant does not bow to the flag. It accepts your... The spread pattern of these bullet holes makes your chest ache. Your breath grows heavier.
Remnants from the revolution. These are over half a century old. Perhaps a crime of a sort ages ago, but no, these not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it. There must be another way into the building.
I can't get involved in this.
A sturdy metal door guards the...
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
There is no reply. Just faint, sweeping sounds inside. The door rattles again.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more The police? No. I already... Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone...
Backyard door? There must... The tear machine stab. Your bottles clunk in.
Mr. Dubois, every worker... That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervor now burns in your heart, too. How can I help you today? I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you? You're right, Harry. You only had to unlock the door, which you did. Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good. By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by saying...
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down.
He performs a motion as if spring...
I'm talking beasts. Hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa, you name it, they've done it.
Those Senorita Pineapple people are scary motherfuckers. Decimating your state if you don't give them your pine.
Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant. No, Harry, the elephant is metaphorical, and so is the village. But now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container. Yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fast. But enough about me and my fun container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them. All hardened commando type. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
By negotiator...
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does.
An entire neighborhood of... killers.
Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people. There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual... They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure...
So these idealists killed our victim?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor..." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them...
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them. How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security... These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company, after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security control?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes. Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal. Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his initiative.
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women...
Separate one from the herd.
Oh, that would definitely be Fat Angus. His feet smell from a city block away, and he's always having noisy stomach troubles. Horrible, revolting guy. You would die, Harry. You would die, and in the process start a bloody and completely unnecessary war between the debarred Angus, his ever-growling stomach, and his smelly feet are all part of a union. You have as much right to arrest him as I have to arrest your partner here. Actually, less. Because this is my hometown, my territory, and my backyard. Oh, Harry. This is getting real grim, and there's no need for that. We are friends. But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. Also, Harry, here's 5 real.
The lieutenant watches you pocket the banknote.
Good boy. A real team player. Now, do you have any more questions? Was it a good tour? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And, of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But, yes, Harry, it's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
Perfect, Harry. That's perfect. My version of the left is not against the companies, it's with the companies. Honestly, what I have in mind is a business proposal. A left-wing business proposal, but still...
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm gonna hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing. I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez.
Roller skating, not drugs.
There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry. On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little...
Water drips from the eaves. A woman looks at her freshly tarred skiff. There's a pair of cavalry boots under the fish in the box.
They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie. You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there is some trouble with the waterlock. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then I know we can do business together. Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of We're all trying to do what's best for Martinez here. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her, because you and I are such good friends, and I'm helping you get that nasty body down from the tree. And with finding your lost gun. It's perfectly okay. Even if you've told her everything we've talked about, it's absolutely fine. What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go. He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long... Harry! I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone... Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a...
It's hard to say if he really lost his temper, or if this is another one of his tricks. This man...
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the... Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over. Yes, yes. Low balling, of course. This isn't a casino, Harry. Real people, real livelihoods are at stake here. But everything's a casino for those rich types.
His expression makes it clear. This is childish and irresponsible behavior.
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would.
He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your... Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun.
This is weird. Not nice weird, but okay.
Yes, yes. My best men are tracking it down. What's that, Harry? You're getting a little pale. Is it the words paranoid schizophrenic and lost gun in one sentence? See you soon, debardeur.
Body betrays you.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his...
Your body does not betray your degeneracy. That's a lie. You're in great shape.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology? It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm. I'm sandwiched. What is this androgynous display of sexual maturity?
Things are not as bad as they look. Sure, you have high blood pressure from metabolizing aerobic...
I can see you were once an athlete, then deteriorated in your 20s. It is typical of your haplogroup.
Jean-Luc, his body is betraying his degeneracy pretty hard. Maybe you can ask him to leave.
You have succumbed to Al-Ghul. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is... Yes, Al-Ghul. Al-Ghul is an ancient Ilmaran poison. A parasitic fungus. Correct. My small skull servant.
It's not good.
It's like a rat crawled into your stomach, got drunk and drowned.
you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich rays, jerking motions, signs of a late-stage neurodegenerative disease. You gave the world eugenics, electric. You dominated lesser cultures. Like the deformed, you will be superseded.
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
Enough with this begging. You should leave this. Bring your troops to the Simonine Islands and to Boogie Street. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls. Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs. Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic. Jam. Individualism. You have gotten these ideas from degenerate youth culture, have you not? You have picked them up. Offshoots of the Seminoles people invented disco while having sex under the... I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable, the South Island race, Haplogroup A4A. We are the rightful masters of the Insulindian archipelago. We are the future. That is all you need to... I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulimbuir are with me in my genetic dreams. I see young Seminoles women walk into the grey mass on Ile de Fantôme, waiting on immaculate conception from the pave. No, I have heard about it on the radio. I'm from Couronne, and no, it is not just in Revachol. The city is central to the Simony strategy. You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today. You have extinction to come to terms with. Think of...
I think this racist is better than the last, but the next racist will be the really good one. There always is.
Race is reality. I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition, these so-called hardy boys, the hardy manlets, are on the pay of the company. I answer to the union alone. And I do this out of... Now leave me be. I must luxuriate in the company of my woman. So it was. You surmounted the harbor wall in a display of athletic prowess to reach my superior. Then...
You're so noble, Measurehead.
But, while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That someone needs to be you. Both of you.
This is the uncomfortable result of not taking it on ourselves. I can live.
Listen to your little friend. He is wise in his childlike way. His mysterious right, babe. See that they stay here the whole time.
The woman's gaze follows Measurehead as...
So, you guys are like cops or something? Look at him. His craniometric perfection. Are you cops or what? Cool. I like men with guns and power. I'm Katya, by the way.
You hear that? That sound. He's breaking something.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there. I wish I could see it.
Look at you! RCM rent-a-cops! Guarding that bridge like Everard's lapdogs! Is this where it's at now? The RCM is for...
And who are you? What is your business here? Why are your clothes 4 sizes too small for you?
A shrill laughter interrupts you, echoing across Martinez. It's the man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him.
The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with Ray's victory today. Farewell, ham sandwich. You are a Union man from now on. Racists are generally not very good examples of their race.
Welcome to Revachol. You hear him yell.
I am not like them. I am cranium.
True, that is a noble cranium, but you got a hard noggin yourself.
You exhibit forward projection of the jaw, indicative of schizophrenia and sexual. It is impossible to see any more of your bone structure. This leads me to conclude you are not a police officer. You are a common criminal. An offspring. Your racial heritage is uninteresting. It is the same as all...
He's right there. It's almost impossible to get it on unless you're both drunk. It's too scary when people are sober. He does not so much as glance at the object.
Stop showing me you're pathetic.
Does he strike you as the kind of man who puts mugs into trash?
Shame on you!
The woman still has her eyes.
You missed a good show before.
A kid came by and completely fucked.
He fucked the tree up! Fucked it good! It was porno!
Shoot that shit at Kuno, Pigonaut! Kuno does...
The corpse lies on the ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on one side.
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is too broken or compromised. The victim is ready for a field autopsy. Yes. 1. Investigation of the scene. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy. 4. Transportation of the body to the morgue. We are on number 3.
The fuck are they on about?
Cop's gonna cut his shit up!
It's not about cutting. And no, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain, from autopsy to cleanup to social work. You are. Your station would not have assigned you on this case.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them. There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest I'll ask you when I need you to. For the most part, maybe I should handle the contact and you take notes? That's right.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with...
That's you.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings. Just lies there.
KK57-08. Next. NA. Next. NA. Roughly 50.
The corpse looks ageless, like meat on a hook, teeming with opportunistic microorganisms letting out a
Mondial.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither.
Fucky, fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
We're still going with March 4th. 51. What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable.
KK57 0503 0815 listens, motionless.
None. At least not after the initial examination. Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
A silent nod. The lieutenant places his gloved hand on the... Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath.
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on...
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think. Let's see.
See, it's happening.
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something.
The rest of the clothes have been removed post-mortem by scavengers in order to get to the victim's ceramic armor. Officers are in search of the missing pieces. Removal of the boots is left for processing. Tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using the deceased has a cargo lashing belt around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters.
The spine is bent more than the lieutenant compensated for. This buster's actual height is about 1.85. And no, you could not take him straight on.
Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short. Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with predation. Ligature mark. The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters. The hanged man lets out a joyous little bubble of rot from his nose.
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below.
See? My pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck. The knot is the weak spot. The chain cutters fit in there. Steady now, like a flower arranger. 2 cuts. After some deliberation, you sink the cutters into the knot tie-in. Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like...
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck.
As it ought to. This is where its grip on the curdled meat is gentlest.
Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from... Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia...
No! Let's get up and see!
I fucking knew it!
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
The dead man's penis is average-sized, congested from the downward... You should touch it. Doesn't feel like anything.
My pig's so fucking ill right now.
Your pig's pretty sick, I gotta say.
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. They are all combat injuries.
Bullets have bitten little pieces out of him. It must have been excruciating.
In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin. We have a real museum here. Last item, hands.
The hand feels heavy, filled with decay liquids.
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next? Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous?
You don't even have a joke.
Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not
with his eyes almost closed. The lieutenant put... You hear cracks as the lieutenant moves his sharp fingers inside the...
Yeah, jack that!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarked. Respiratory system.
He's really doing it. The dead man's teeth cut into his glove.
Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound.
No scream. No sigh of relief rises from the darkness. No, you don't. You can keep it in. You can keep anything. You manage to suppress the contractions trying to enter your stomach. Silence as always.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus. Hepatobiliary, NA. Ah, are you a hepatobiliary expert? Neither am I. That's it. Same for toxicology and serology, NA. Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there, like a toxicology screening. At this stage, I doubt processing will find anything, even if it was brimming with cocaine.
Brimming with cocaine.
Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Gastrointestinal. Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila. What's next on the list? Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th.
Be thorough if you want maximum results.
Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has... And your opinion, officer? Fatal injury by seagulls? Yes, it's... That's right. What's next? So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath, the description of injury.
Right. Next, a dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1...
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. Think for a moment. What was that about no chlorine around the neck? You'd be chlorine for your life. A column of cold air encircles you, rising slowly up a small green enclosure in the middle of a corral of tenement. Higher yet, coalition airships guard over the 21 cordons of the zone of control. The air is crisscrossed with radio transmissions.
Why do you say that? Is it the seagull murder again, or are you serious? Okay. Why don't you think it was fatal? Honestly, I'm not sure there weren't marks on his wrists. That part got blurry for me. The stench. But you are right. There should be signs of struggle. Let's leave the cause of death and let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over. It was an irregular field autopsy. We did not establish cause of death, which is supposed to be the goal of an autopsy. But we also requested a toxicological screening. That was thorough. The results should arrive in a couple of weeks. We were thorough with the list of injuries too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances...
Oh yeah, well done, Master Detective. Maybe a drink is in order.
Now, you see, that worries me. You will die if you drink. You know that, don't you? You are proving a useful detective. I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg. For processing.
You tilt your head, also looking at the corpse.
I thought we decided to leave it to processing. Let's not turn this into some kind of circus.
Damn it. This is turning into some sort of mega puzzle.
I'm gone. Into the wild pale yawn. In the past, way out in the west. I'm a joke. Look at me. A killer. A muff.
Takes one to know one.
Go ahead, copper. What do you mean? It's the power of your imagination. Go ahead. Ask me more questions. Because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them guards coming right up. Copperoonie, Rooney. Fuck no. You're no Rooney. No, you're not a Harry either. You're a motherfucker. That's who you are. Rooney the motherfucker. Because you have love did me in Provocopo. It was love all along. Sure, Lobo. I can ask. Looking at my face, motionless. Looking into my eyes. Standing here. Why are you investigating my murder? Ha!
The clown lips on something is on its way. Something hidden. It's coming. A miracle from the northwest, and it's almost here.
Do I remind you of someone? There you go. Look at that bright kid. We're birds of a feather, you and I.
Feeling nausea, vomiting, tenderness or pain around the liver area, tiny red lines on the skin above waist level, more like days, Coppo. The clock is ticking.
Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me.
You run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, his torso with its swollen organs. Maybe you should be... His fingernails have turned dark.
Do you think we missed something? Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct an... Hey! Wasn't there a giant ice bear sarcophagus below?
Why, yes there was. It was massive. Red-eyed...
Now, detective, I've rarely been disappointed by the size of a giant ice bear fridge. But I think we should... Let's move. With every hour, whatever we are looking for in the deceased will become harder to find.
bear's eyes are dead and empty. Ice inside the fridge slowly melts.
It's certainly an eccentric choice, but it's more than big enough and cold enough. Honestly, it's perfect. All we have to do is
Both cables are unplugged from the breaker box. A giant electric mammal awakens. The dead body is going to be safe.
Great. The owners of this building will just have to keep paying for the electricity sucked up by this monstrosity a little longer. Let's return to the fridge.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red, watching over all the ice cream.
Of course. I'll take the head, you take the feet. It's not going to be the easiest thing in the world.
The two of you. The body is heavier than you and stinkier. It takes half an hour to get down to the bed, then 10 more to stuff it into the fridge. The lieutenant takes a step back to admire your handiwork.
Beautiful. A dead body in a nice bare fridge. This is some of the best police work I've ever done.
You've definitely earned a drink after this. Perhaps even some pagan rites.
No, not really. Look at that. What have we done? We stuffed a dead body in a nice bare fridge. This story does not leave this room. Did we though? Okay, maybe we did. At least we've stopped the body from decomposing further. Now you can conduct another inspection.
Inside the icy realm of the ice bear fridge, the corpse stands slumped, waiting. Your arm reaches out and your eyes close, as if by their own volition. It's his face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a rubber spider, your glove, they are swollen shut. You need to really push to get in. Only the little one fits. The flesh changes. The thing you're looking for, it's not there. Crawl out. The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop. The tongue moves freely in the cavity. The mucus of the mouth is slippery, fragile, even through the latex. Can you feel it? You're so close. Rip his jaws open now. A vision of black and dark red death, pried open by your hands and studded with teeth. Looks like he's laughing. You see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished.
Keep going.
A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound. Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through. The basal ganglia feels clumpy. What entered here at the funk soul brother at the back of his head has gone dark forever. Your yellow fingers slide into the remains of the limbic system. There is no resistance. It's gelatinous. The slug-like the lieutenant answers with the sound of your fingers are all the way in now, reaching toward the inside of his skull. The cavity goes. All the muscles in your body harden. Time to enter him. Your fingers reach toward his skull. His cerebral cortex feels ice-cold serrated metal. Its edges cut right through the latex and into your finger. The pain is barely noticeable under the adrenaline rush.
Can you get to it?
object between your index and middle finger feels sharp, like metal. You press your...
Good.
The inside of the head feels cold and smooth, like a glove. With a plop, your hand emerges from the mouth. The garden glove is covered in blood right up to the wrist. Between your fingers,
a bullet.
The bullet falls in the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on...
A non-caliber rifle. Some kind of brittle alloy. Fractured on impact. Of course, you deserve it. We need to add an item to the injury list. Injury number 4. Oval entry wound with an high velocity. Temporary cavity in brain tissue. Small exit wound on the occiput. How does that sound? Opinion, fatal injury. And one last thing. We can now fill in injury number 3. Ligament mark. Opinion non-fatal. Post-mortem.
He's proposing the bullet was the real cause of death, and the hanging an attempt to conceal this fact.
Yes, and the belt around his neck. The hanging. Even dragging him to the yard. All of it was done after this man was already dead. I have had this doubt since I inspected his hands, officer. There were no signs of struggle. No claw marks on his neck. Why? Why didn't he fight for his... There have been other signs too. Small things. We were right not to assign hanging as cause of death, as the perpetrators expected we would. No such luck for them. That's for us to find out. But this, it will make fine to hide something. The real killer, the real motivation, what really happened here. Yes, we should take a closer look at it.
This little thing could reveal much about the weapon that shot it.
Oh, you really do. I am glad to hear you say that. Your room in the Whirling in Rise should come with a bathroom. Be sure to make use of it in the evening. We bag the corpse and carry him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can transport him to processing myself, but I will be gone for the rest of the day. Work on the case. Tend to personal matters. Try not to do anything too dangerous. An officer needs backup in an... I'll leave that choice to you. And one more thing. Great work, detective.
After you bag the corpse, Lieutenant Kitsuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. You can do side tasks, and even the main case, but it might be more difficult. Plan his exit accordingly.
I thought we decided to leave it to processing.
Damn it. This is turning into some sort of mega puzzle.
All right.
There go those beautiful enamel boots. You will never own the full set now. May they rest in processing. Oh well, in another lifetime.
I will need a little help carrying him. You take the hands, I'll take the legs.
The bullet is safely sealed away in a plastic bag bearing the RCM stamp. The squished little thing. I know. You should find the gun that shot this bullet. That sounds like something a police detective would do. Then find the gun that shot it and the person that gun belongs to. The squashed bullet has some sharp edges where the jacket has... The jacket of the bullet is made of a yellowish metal. This is a real killer. Not some garbage street ammo. You can feel. You can just about make out a few striations near the base of the bullet. Little hit, it's quite destroyed. Some of the fragments are still... What's interesting about the bullet thus far? A jacketed bullet, which would have been shot from a military-grade breech-loading rifle, not from a muzzle. Very interesting. You have an unusual military-grade bullet in your hand. Now all you need is to find a gun that could fire it. A rifle, Revolutionary period. Your bullet looks to be an old 4.46 mm. The 4.46 caliber was widely used with the Belmargrave rifle, a Revacholian manufacture. Incidentally, you have just such a rifle with you. The dusty old thing you found hidden in the basement below the commercial area. It's unusable, said. No, but Zeliger, a major firearm manufacturer, ended up with a surplus after the war. So there are still a lot of these old military rifles floating around. Antiques enthusiasts, guerrilla fighters in distant countries, a few lucky jamrock bangers. You're looking for the same thing you found in that. Back at the station, the lieutenant is standing at a counter, diligently filling out paperwork. You should share your findings with him as soon as possible. You take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40 month construction period. The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. This is not the cleanest bath. That soap scum smell. It smells like life. At least the bathtub slowly fills with water. The water is only lukewarm, but still comforting, like amniotic fluid. A few beer cans. The cans continue to bob, as do your thoughts, aimlessly splashing up against the sides of the tub. They're not even really thoughts, just assorted sensations. You see the corpse. You can still smell the cadaver on you. It's going to take more than... Your fingers grow pale and are covered with tiny whirls as the water... What are you doing? You're not some fat fish in a fucking aquarium. The waterline recedes as you stand. You are cold now. Your clothes stick to your still moist skin. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. The door is closed. This door can, as you hold the metal, still no answer. Still nothing. You should punch a fucking hole in it. You slam your fist into the vinyl. Not to mention, great exercise.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers. It's not strange, it's inconvenient. Who told you that? Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know, so I can forward them the repair bill. Yes?
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. A bullet, you say? That's mighty curious. Well, there are so many bullets in the world, and so many... I guess it's on little...
It's bound to happen again, you know? Just statistically speaking, of course.
You know what I think? I think he was shot in the head as a kid.
It is possible to live with an injury like that. Makes you touch the back of your skull, wondering if they'd know. You'd remember that. You've been shot...
Around the bullet, man. That's a good one.
Shit! I probably did shoot him. I was drunk last night. You guys know me when I'm drunk.
Yeah, Glenn likes to shoot his guns when he's drunk. Better hope he stays sober.
Before? After? During? This is getting ridiculous. They told you what happened. Stop wasting your time.
Never been worried in my life, lawman. Oh, so you went and talked to my mommy, and now...
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us? You gonna let him talk to me like that, Titus?
Let's see. Yeah, I guess I am, you big pussy. The old man sent word you'd be around again. That's the reason I'm being so forthcoming with you. Don't wear it out. Again.
Good one, Titus.
About fucking time.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. Dramamine is a really good painkiller. I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use. No. Sorry. I'm not like...
Nosafed heals +1 health. Dramamine heals +3 health. Magnesium...
You sit on the wind-worn wooden planks of the bench. Your feet ache. The woman.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
The display rack is brimming with. This is entirely, completely you. You have found the right. A twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your eye starts to twitch. Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art. Of the very between the throne and the Hyamdala man lies a bonfire, casting shadows on the wall. The shadow of the woman. The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Hyamdal novels.
It is a bestseller for a reason.
The edges of the pages are worn and smudged. The jacket copy proclaims, Man from Hyamdal returns in his most He is ambushed by a tribe of female warriors and taken to the ancient citadel of Cloud City. You open the book to a random page. Man from Hyamdal, his arms whirling like windmills, are soaked with the blood of his enemies. Mangled corpses litter the battlefield. Berserker rage burns in his azure-hued eyes as he brings glory. Man from Hyamdal rides on a gilded griffin. His golden mane, the steel muscles of Man from Hyamdal, gleam in the humid jungle air. A passage reads, The man from Hyamdal looks up, his eyes blue as the mountain lakes of thine spells are no match for purity and strength of will. Brothers of Hyamdal, I have grand plans for you, Man from Hyamdal. She gestures her diabolical hand toward an array of potions and unguents. First, you shall please me. In the final pages, Man from Hyamdal mounts Galavarin, his mighty griffin. To find out what happens next, you'll have to pick up Man from Hyamdal. A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages.
What have you found? A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of biographies.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposed... A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover. Its beak slight. Turns out that there are so many different... You don't have behavioral problems. That's garbage.
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
Slowly, you move your hand toward...
Sir, no touching the merchandise. People like their books pristine, not handled by God knows.
Shelves full of biographies of famous people. Several maps. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez. Slowly, you move...
Sir, please, no touching the merchandise. These old maps are relics of the past.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies. A crumpled billboard read, "The sign billboard has fallen on the waterlock, keeping it open." Whatever it is, the boy on the billboard. What a shirt. All other shirts pale in comparison to the muscular man with antlers and immense Zweihanders. A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. The boomboxes wait on the shelves. You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the red.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her.
What? Sold?
Maybe. Shady-looking guys came in here yesterday, looking like they'd just taken... They went their way. It was...
Wait, then it might be true. Everard's claims.
Sure, man. Sure thing. Sure, man. The Coldima Madakwa. Sorry. I would never have guessed that you were that interested in ultrasonic sounds. Or birds, for that matter. That's fair. It's been a long time since my Coldima Madakwa hunting. This was before, you know, lost touch with them after all of that. Cool or not, one of them was obsessed with recording the Coldima Madakwa. We thought we did. We got together all these recordings of unusual sound patterns, compared them, cut them up and combined. Unfortunately, I don't have any recordings from my old life. None at all. But I do have a tape with some ultrasonic sounds that might be what you're looking for. This recording comes from down the coast. Keep in mind, I have to slow this one down enough to make sounds well over 200 kilohertz audible to the human ear. It will...
As the hum grows louder, modulating but always unnaturally uncomfortably low, that's an illusion. He nods to you, reassuringly, just as more diverse...
Gulls and skewers. But...
That's it. The signal in the noise. A low range of sounds is easier to handle with a focal point, but still try.
You know, now that I've listened to it on these new speakers, it's not the Coldima Madakwa. Wrong patterns, wrong photons. Probably some insect trying to sing higher than its predators can hear. Still, fascinating, aren't they? Early mornings. Sure. Let me have a look. I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
That page 3 girl, she must be the most beautiful page 3 girl ever printed. And look at those freckles, the origin of disco. Come on, beauty is inviting you on a pilgrimage you can make with just your hand. Oh, come on, don't say you've forgotten that as well. You can feel what you want to do. You want a party, don't you? Party right now. That's exactly what I mean. Unzip and party down on yourself, man. Except Miss Page 3, of course. Look at her thighs. Between her party with Miss Page 3 all the way to Disco Zero. Is what you're thinking, but you don't want to party down. Not really. Not in the deepest pop. Come on, what are you talking about? Sad freckles. The furnace has long been cold, despite itself. You're too sad to jerk off. This is not the first time this has happened, either. Then it is truly over. You are beyond the help of the pig.
Keep coming back.
You find your hands. The box smells like...
Economical, but all...
You see too lowly.
I can see you have a taste for luxury office.
A pair of Faun Ultra.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest Faun sneakers. Super air, super fine, super cool. Only 50 real.
There's a pile...
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest...
Abort. These...
Damn, officer! You look like a mega secret...
They're perfect for conceal. It's going to be very difficult for anyone to take you seriously with these things on your... These are all boring.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, super material, very cool. UV resistant.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. It's like, whatever's going...
Going on strike would probably help you dodge a bullet or two.
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power... I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching. Maybe you should. Cops don't get paid much and the hours are long. Anything else? Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag.
What's better than chasing transient pleasure? He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to... An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. No, hold on. The last thing you need in your life is more...
Fuck, does Kuno care? fucking right, pig. Kuno's filling bathtubs with that shit. Kuno's a kingpin. Fuck no, pig. Kuno ain't dealing to the popo. Not doing the pork pen for your...
He's not worried about prison. He's got to at least know a source. Look at him. You need to figure this out somehow.
The fuck about it? Fuck are you talking about?
He says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
Oh, get the fuck out of here calling Kuno stupid. Pigs...
They're lost without you, Kuno. They need you.
Why don't you figure your shit out yourself before you come to Detective Kuno for help? You're tested...
Get lost,
The fuck do you want with it? Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape. Yeah? Watch your ass in Kuno's town. Oh, good call, Pigmeister. Fucking right, pig. Don't be yanking your shit in front of the Kuno. Kuno's always saying...
He's got to at least know a source. Look at him. You need...
Kuno?
Kuno. Primal. Violent.
Yeah? Think about it.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
Help! He's got the Kuno!
Everyone can hear. You need to get the hell out of here before.
Yeah? Get out of here before the Kuno beats...
Yeah, that's right! Drag your...
Bang!
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as... A sturdy metal... The door rattled.
Stop banging on the door! The police? No. Go check the back.
Backyard door. There must...
You're back. Good. What can... A referral, you mean? I take it this was for someone in the RCM. Oh my. A real door. That's good to hear, Detective. Police work is rarely pretty, but it sounds like you did what you had to do. The company did not send mercenaries after the Union. I told you in great detail about the mistakes. I just hope you don't share Everart's view on things. After all, as he said, one's dead now. Yes, that's the talk about town. The Hardy Boys, they're called. Find the name rather amusing, honestly. How benevolent. Hopefully they'll help you sort this whole business out, if they haven't already. Oh my. Very interesting. It looks like you may untie this knot yet.
There's something in you that really likes the way she's looking at you just now.
I wouldn't have taken Everard for a saber rattler. Was he surrounded by Union men he wanted to impress? Or he wants you and me to believe he wants to go to war? I'll think it over, Detective. Thank you for relaying this information to me. What you've said is quite enough. You've given me a lot to consider. And Mayor sounds like he has you running errands, Detective. A well-established dominance ritual. Where did he have you deliver it? Ah, yes. I've been meaning to go there.
With longing. Clear and simple longing. Strange. Why does she want to go?
I should be. In my youth, I had a brief dalliance here in Mars. He's probably dead by now. Even his shack is long gone. Not that it matters. Yes, I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had boats and... Don't hold it against me. Not overly so. It's not like this was the only place we visited. Me and my girlfriends from Azon with our shiny boats. We told ourselves we were the worst thing to happen to the coast since the Coalition landed in '08. Imagine. A youth centre with Edgar Clare's statue on top of it. Go ahead. Help him. Make it so. I have no power to stop him. Yes. I'm sad I'll never have the time, Detective. I've always wanted a dilapidating fishing village, full of ghosts and ancient memories. Has this errand yielded you any information? Of course, Detective. You can always drop by later, should something come up. Now, what else can I do for you?
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C. Had a battery of tests just last week. I'm practically a patchwork of interesting critters. Kinda like a man-o'-war. Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. Have you ever tried your hand at graffiti-o? When faced with a blank wall, most people write on them. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cads. And my name's not Mona, so... This place is severely lacking in havoc. I thought I'd mix it up, you know. Summon the forces of crime, yeah? Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
The lieutenant is desperately searching for another handkerchief. Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two. The woman on the boat does not notice.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her. On a first-name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up in the world. It's where they grow whores like that one over there. And their whoremen. Have you got a crush on her? Aching for an opportunity to defend her honor? I ain't no snitch, Pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts. What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells? Ugh, alright, sad piggy. I'll give you this one. I saw a little girl in the fishing village. If you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza. Have a good time. No. That's all the snitching, Cindy. I have a weakness for animals. It's the animal thing again. Damn it. Watch your back, ungulate.
Trying to sneak up on me again?
You see a young man on about.
Not looking for any trouble, officer. Sorry, I don't have time for this.
It's the god of cigarettes and youth. Ask him if he's got anything to spit. Don't let him go. This could be your witness.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this...
By God, this young man has the body of a decathlete. His lithe form was practically...
Occasionally. Why? No. I just like to look good. Trust me, I'm not a team player. My name? My name is Martin
Martin Martinez? Good local name. Let's go with that.
I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinez standards. Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you? No, not you. Some more muscular type. Last week? I don't know. Look. I had a friend over. It was my Sunday friend.
A Sunday friend? He doesn't reply. Someone hides behind a curtain. Those windows have eyes, and those eyes are watching, spying on you too.
No. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains? For a moment, the man on the balcony seems...
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
But, hold on. What's that? For a split second, his hand... It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
A stone, like any other. There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronch.
This woman's health is failing her. There's not much to do.
I'm fine. Fine. Now, what do you want from me, policeman? I'm no one. Just an old... if you can call it living. I have a little room. It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no.
And all she gets, too. The cult...
Oh, you'll find plenty of Martins here. Don't you worry. Pea-brain. Someone played a trick on you. Martinez is a name for anyone who comes from Martinez.
Oops. You really didn't get the joke there.
Yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always...
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying.
What's he in trouble for? Talk? He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually up. Ask away, policeman. The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the... She leaves an old lady to her business. More than...
She mumbles some kind of a...
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are. Yes, Uncle Maynard. Huge trouble. You're gonna take out your metal detector and your collection of bottle caps and
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? This shit is pumped out of government vehicles. You ain't seen nothing yet, Piggy Boo. I ain't no snitch, Pigstein. Go forth and far.
A shift in temperature. The air chills around. A former architect stands before a slice of window, a room plan in her hand. A cold wave has made the air in the building is red from the cold. She's breathed faint pencil lines on paper depict the same. It's clean and empty, with new tapestry embellishing the walls. hear someone walking around inside. The walking stops abruptly. A poor communard from the looks of it. The room is...
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated.
Later then, entering this door seems a physical challenge. A poor communard from the look...
Do I have to open... Do you have...
Later then, this door has been closed with a padlock. The chalk, it's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply... Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise. No reply. No reply. This door has been closed with a padlock. The chalk drawn, the shackle snaps like a twig. A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man. Seems like a good guy, judging by the moustache. By the way, that isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade. Even today, half a century after, the star to symbolize the toppling of also some social, because white is the color of peace. Gone. Gone is the glory of hope. Only the scribblings of it. This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Number 28. This is where the cleaning ladies... No one answers. Looks like he isn't home. You should come back tomorrow evening. after 2100.
I like playing in the dark. Sharpens your nocturnal instincts. There's nothing for you to understand here. It is not her nephew. Absolutely not. She died of pneumonia in her bed at the age of 7. Revival Fair of 91 in the Thorberg district. A parade was held to... This was the happiest day of my life. I was 22 when I returned from King Guillaume's Akira operation in the south. I won her back. But while I was dealing with some...
You were like a dark cloud sucking the joy out of every living thing around you. And you... Those days and memories are gone.
The old soldier says nothing, but when his glance quickly runs over Gaston's face, there's an odd look in his eyes.
Shame on you!
What's it to you? Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together.
A monstrous shadow high above the fire traps of the domain. Life in the domain is below. Broken down, battered people mill on the dusty streets with no purpose. Yet amongst them, there is no sight of this man. No.
Yeah? What makes you say that?
They know me. That's bullshit.
We were promised work. We'd be in. Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is. Why don't you go arrest them instead? Wait! They might go home. Unexpected situation, but we hold the pressure on.
Hold on, Wandering Man. How can I help you? Yeah, the janitor who gave me the key to his apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole. Like I said before, I don't know much about this weasel, but the bossman said he's a real piece of work. Thanks for helping out.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again. Of course, dear. Is there a particular cryptid that you're interested in learning? I'm glad you like them, but...
You see, the old cobalt paint. The door does the challenge. The steel doesn't even tremble. Now you're hanging from the hand. Okay, it was a challenge. The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod. The cook shakes his head and rattles off a sequence of undecipherable words. He then returns. The door is closed. Still, you should punch a fucking... That felt good. Everyone is a whore. Now, that felt good. You slam your fist into the vinyl. It does not produce a... Not to mention... The bed is still cold from the... old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito, bullet holes, and an RC. There is a hollow ring as you kick the box. It sounds like it's mostly... The dented yellow mail... The mail collection box has no faith.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to... it's about... not the...
Change the topic. The way he says it makes it almost sound like a threat.
I'm not the only one. Look, I've read people who've studied these things.
If this guy's all the Occidentals have, well, let's just say he's not exactly ripped.
So, lately we Occidentals have experienced an unfortunate downturn when members of the super... This concerns you, policeman, so you better be vigilant. The kids are showing a good game lately. Same with the mosquitoes.
Oh?
Good. If we, the evening people, pull together, we can form a bulwark against this troubled time. Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some apples. Fine.
He's given you the runaround. Let's be honest. You...
descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. Those are the Simonese, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals. A receding genetic pool has led the Mound on reprehensible street parades. In Mound cities like Stadskanal and Vredefort, wearing wooden clogs on their feet. You know them by the names of their nation-states. The Mound are proof that you can have too much Occidental.
Colorful tassels are, let's be honest, not a good sartorial choice for this century.
The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the ancient Meteorans of Meteo by the Golden Pisantic Sea, the other large Mondial civilization, the Mesk, are overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brain, as proven by the Mound and the Mesk. Occidental type A is in retrograde. The Simonese and the Areopagite are on the ascent. The indigenous people of this, the Insulindian archipelago. The Simonese inhabit the southern island. The Areopagites are the master race of the Ilmaran deserts. The Simonese are descendants of the Areopagites. The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Simonese are powerful, mesomorphic. The latter is perfected and adapting. Together they form the Simeno-Areopagite. Type B are the unheroic races. Amorphous to an untrained eye, the Koiko appear white and pinkish, like a ham sandwich. But look, pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through scent. The Koiko, the countless micronationalities au grade, are Revacholians, halfway between Type A and the racial cauldron. Two makes to know right from wrong. You tried your degenerate little revolution, which was the single greatest failure committed by...
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
The mysteries of the people of this planet are a tragedy that has played out countless times over, like a fever dream of skin, hair, and bone. Wake up, naive Chespias. The revolution came to Ravachol from Grad, in Zara's ridden potato carts. It is lit. The revolution is fatal familial insomnia. A hereditary condition passed from the koi. Enough of Tibet mediocrity. Tips CF are a museum of failed chimeric experiments and tragic maladaptations. They are lesser races like the Mosquito, a grotesque mixture of a Mesk woman and a Simonese man. The Mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey. All they have left is to ride customized motor carriages with hydraulic suspension. Listening, then there is the Simino Koiki Chimera. The Koiko, as you know, are very servile, especially when they meet the rich man. Racial scientists have toyed with the idea of crossing the Simen. This will never happen. The Simonese and the Koiko may have similar interbreeding problems as the Mosquito. But enough. It is cruel to entertain ourselves with the deformity. You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is that? You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. This clarity does not come. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss.
You sit on the wind-worn wooden planks of... You finally stop picking your nose. Time passes. You ponder upon an end. The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. The bed is still cold from the wind blowing.
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming. You're not cooperating. It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep.
And there's a lot of it, ever present in your organs. It's like every one of them has their own nasty song to sing.
There's no dignity here. Only reflect. You're just stuck here. In the half-world. Could try looking at other people. How many promises have you kept lately?
Women. It's the women. Look out for the women.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater... Oh...
Let it. Let...
But it never seems to let you go, does it?